Good evening, Yorktown, and welcome to the Town Board meeting for February 16th, 2021. If you could please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again. As always, please join me in a moment of silence as we remember those who we've lost due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as we remember our frontliners, our teachers, our medical professionals, doctors and nurses, sanitation workers, and grocery store workers, as we remember our police officers and first responders, and of course, as we remember the bravest men and women the world has ever known, those who are serving overseas protecting our freedom. Thank you. Quick introductions. Again, my name is Matt Slater, Town Supervisor for the Town of Yorktown, joined by Councilman Vishnu Patel, Councilman Ed Lachterman, Councilman Tom Diana. Councilwoman Alice Roper is unable to join us tonight, and we wish her well. We also have with us our Town Clerk, Diana Quast, as well as our Town Attorney, Adam Rodriguez. A couple of announcements for the town as I give you my report. We'll begin with the Water Department. Tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., the Water Department will be doing service in the Croton Heights area, specifically around Pine Brook Road. And so we are anticipating the water interruption of service from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. for the Croton Heights area of Yorktown. Also wanted to let folks know on their garbage. For this Thursday, we're going to have our highway superintendent hopefully stop in and give us an updated report. We are expecting another bout of winter weather on Thursday. So AAA is going to start an hour earlier to try to get through the town as quickly as they can. And so we are asking everyone to please put your garbage out Wednesday night to ensure that it is picked up Thursday morning. And again, AAA coming an hour early to try to beat the storm and collect as much garbage as they can and hit the houses in Yorktown. Also, we're going to be releasing this week after nearly 5 months, and I want to thank the members of the coalition for the Coalition on Community Safety and Engagement. I want to thank our town clerk, Diana Quast, who's put in a tremendous amount of effort in helping organize our meetings, as well as our police chief, Robert Noble. After nearly 5 months of deliberation, we're going to be releasing the report that was been put together by the coalition. That'll happen right now on Thursday is when that's planned to be released to the public. The next step will be a public hearing, which we are planning for in early March, and then it will go to the town board for approval. Again, that approval is needed to be completed and accomplished by April 1st in order for it to be sent to the state of New York. Again, this is all part of our compliance with Executive Order 203. Vaccinations are still a subject that we continue to get a lot of questions and interaction from the public on. I just want to put a couple of things in perspective that we heard from the state just the other day. Now with the more people being able to get the vaccination, those with underlying health conditions, it's now estimated 10 million New Yorkers are qualifying for the vaccination. The issue that we're running into, and it's not a Yorktown specific issue or a Westchester specific issue, it's a statewide issue and it's a national issue. The governor said just the other day that there are only 300,000 vaccines coming to the state of New York. So again, 10 million qualified, 300,000 vaccinations that are coming to the state of New York this week. Again, the demand far exceeds the supply. And so I know that we are trying our best to provide as much information as we can. Just this past weekend, there were slots that opened up at the county center. We did our best to communicate that with the public as efficiently and effectively as we can. I again urge all of our residents, if you haven't signed up for our public notices, that you can sign up on our website to receive emails from the town. That's the best and most efficient way for us to communicate this important information to our residents. I'm happy to hear that many did receive the email that we sent out, or they saw it on social media from the town, and they were able to secure appointments at the county center for April or end of March. But again, we're going to continue to do that, but we don't get notified beforehand. So we're finding out oftentimes before or after the members of the public already find out about it. So again, we're going to continue to provide as much communication on this as we can. I again encourage everyone to sign up for the public notices on our town website so that you can receive information on all things happening in Yorktown. Speaking of vaccinations, we did hear from our friends at Acme. Again, considering the storm coming on Thursday and a few other logistical issues, Acme is going to be canceling their vaccinations on Thursday. They're going to be rescheduling all those individuals, and many of them, this is actually from a vaccination that occurred about a month ago. For many, that's their second shot. So don't be fearful. You are still going to get your second shot from Acme. It's not a matter of if, but just a matter of when. And so they're going to be working with everyone individually to reschedule those appointments. But if you have a vaccination or vaccination scheduled, appointment scheduled for this Thursday, please, at Acme here in the town of Yorktown, please know that has been canceled and you will be contacted directly to reschedule. Just a few other items. Genesis Jewelers, I want to thank Steve and Lara from Genesis Jewelers. They're providing a great service to the town of Yorktown. You see a lot of people walking around with their vaccination cards once they do get that vaccine. If you, they're providing a free service to the residents of Yorktown. They're located at the Triangle Center. They are providing free lamination of those cards. This way, they don't get damaged if you're walking around with them. And you can stop by and see Steve and Lara over at Genesis Jewelers, located in the Triangle Center, with your vaccination card, and they will give you a free lamination of that card. And we want to thank them for their help, and they're always so community minded. And so we really do appreciate all they do for our town. I want to congratulate the Yorktown Police Department. The Yorktown Police Department, we received word through our chief, Robert Noble, that the State Division of Criminal Justice Services certified that the Yorktown Police Department meets the use of force standards in order to receive discretionary federal grants. And we received a letter on February 4th that informed us that the Yorktown Police Department did comply with the Presidential Executive Order on Safe Policing for Safe Communities, which was issued on June 16th, 2020. A copy of the letter can be found on the town's website, and it does allow the police department to qualify for discretionary grants for the next 3 years. So congratulations to Chief Noble and our police department for once again being a great model department for communities in and around Westchester County and beyond. I also want to notify the public there's been, strangely, there's been emails being sent out posed as me, Supervisor Matt Slater, and they are not. They are coming from a spoofed Gmail account. They are asking people for assistance discreetly in certain matters. So I just want to let the public know to please don't assume. Make sure you check that sender email address, and unless it's from mslater@yorktownny.org, it is not from me. So please just be on the lookout, not just for fake emails from your elected officials. It's great to be an elected official sometimes, but also for your loved ones as well. Again, you always be on the lookout for those scams, and just be very cautious when you're responding to emails if you could.
Supervisor Slater, just to make them also aware, they've also been doing it with the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Sergio Esposito's email.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Same exact email that they're sending out in your name as well.
That's good to know. Thank you. We'll make sure that we notify the police of that as well. I wasn't aware of that. Two other items I wanted to bring up. Grace Lutheran Church is holding a blood drive tomorrow. That again at the corner of Curry and Gomer. Blood supply is alarmingly low because obviously blood donations and these types of blood drives have not been happening regularly throughout the past year. And so if you'd like to donate blood, you can find that information right on Facebook or through the New York Blood Center, and you can sign up to make your appointment. And lastly, I want to once again thank Ben Brown. I attended this Eagle Scout ceremony over the weekend, and it was truly a moving experience. Ben, as part of his Eagle Scout presentation, honored a Yorktown resident, Lieutenant Russian, a former Yorktown resident, who actually served as a Tuskegee Airman, and it is a wonderful tribute to this incredible American. And Ben's Eagle Scout project is going to last for generations. And so again, I wanted to thank Ben, his Eagle Scout Troop 164, his troop leaders and mentors, his fellow scouts, and his family for doing just a tremendous thing for this community. I know Councilman Diana and Councilman Patel had joined me at that ceremony, but it was truly an honor to be there. And I always talk about how important it is for us to find ways to touch history. And now we have another way of learning about one of our residents who performed just incredible things during his life, defending our freedoms. And again, to Ben Brown, just a job well done. He did a great job for our community. And
I had to miss that, unfortunately. I was down county and couldn't make it back up, but I will go over and visit that.
Yes. And that concludes my report to the town. So we'll go over to Councilman Patel.
Well, no matter what you do, no matter where you go, I always find those mask rallies sad. Some places I don't even want to mention the name. So please just do it your part so you can help others, And in Supervisor already mentioned about the Eagle Project. It was really a very moving story, And my feet were really, really cold, I got the wrong shoes, or I don't know whether the shoes were wet, but it's worth being there, to honor that Eagle Scout, because, they do what they do for community, what they give it back. It's unbelievable. I have visited 180, I have attended 184 Eagle Scout. And how do I know? Well, I got the picture of them, and I have brought 182 frames, okay? So that's my supply going a little down, but that's the proof. So be well, be safe, whatever you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Councilman Diana.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm just going to echo what the Supervisor and Councilman Patel have already said about the great ceremony for the Tuskegee Airman, James Russian, that we went to. It was a onerous task that Scout Ben Brown did from Troop 164. That headstone was absolutely beautiful. With the picture of Mr. Ruskin's plane flying over his name. It was absolutely beautiful, and it's something that's going to be a living memory. Prior to hearing about this individual, I had no idea that we had one in our midst. And it was just so moving to actually see his daughters and friends and relatives there. This was the greatest generation, folks. And these guys overcame diversity. They went out and did 15,000 missions, 15,000 in the worst planes, and came back. So it only goes to show you what spirit those folks really had. But that being said, Ben, thank you for your project. I think it's going to open a lot of eyes with regard to who we have or who we have had in this town. So I thank you for that, and all his leaders and parents from Troop 164. With the oncoming snow and so forth, as you know, we had a little bit of ice last night. Please drive carefully. Slow down a little bit. The plows are out there. You have a chance of spinning out, getting hurt, or hurting someone else. Slow down. It's only going to take you an extra 5 minutes, folks. And Councilman Patel's 100% right. No matter where you go, what you see is masks and gloves not placed in the proper receptacles. Come on, folks, pick them up, put them in the garbage pail. Don't make somebody else have to do that for you. And have a great night.
Thank you, Councilman Diana. Councilman Lachterman?
Yeah. So, just as to piggyback on Councilman Diana, a few years back, I was at an event, well, more than a few years back, probably 15 years ago, I was at an event at Mitchell Airfield out on Long Island, and had the pleasure of hanging out with about 6 of the former Tuskegee Airmen at that event, and the stories to hear, and amazing as Councilman Diana put what they overcame, and the pride in serving our country, and just you can't. The greatest generation is definitely a description, and they earned that. There also has been this past week a great special on the History Channel about the Tuskegee Airmen as well. So you could look that up on the History Channel and catch up a little bit. I just wanted to review a couple of things real quick. First, I was helping a senior today, and it reminded me, as we were looking over his oil bills, the price of oil is going up. And I don't know if everyone knows the town of Yorktown does have a heating oil plan, home heating oil plan. It's only for residential. You sign up through the supervisor's office. And the long and the short of it is, if you pick one of the companies off the list, they agree to give you a price that is around 40 cents above per gallon above what the wholesale price is, and that the price is always less than what I'll call their rack price, their regular retail pricing when it's out there. So I recommend, look online, or if you don't have computer access, reach out to the supervisor's office. They could provide you with details of the plan as well as the participants in it. I also had spoken to a few people and encountered some issues myself in the center of town this weekend with AT&T service for cellular phone. And a matter of fact, it was more than just cellular, because I know Nick at the diner was having a problem with his credit card machine, which also runs through AT&T. I contacted AT&T. There was an issue with one of their towers in the center of town. It was Sunday in the afternoon. It seemed to have come back full strength and seems to be working now. But in that conversation, I did learn that within the next year, the towers in the area will be replaced, their equipment, and they will no longer support what is called a 3G phone. Now, the majority of the phones out there are 3G. When I spoke with the representative, they couldn't help me, so I got bumped up a level and was able to find out that if you are a senior, you're on a fixed income, you're concerned about the price of a phone, you do not have to upgrade to a smartphone if that's what you don't want. Say you're like a friend of mine who still has his little flip phone and that's all he ever wants. They do have 4G flip phones, and they may not offer to give you that for free, but if you're especially a senior on a fixed income, they do have a retention department, and they will, if their supervisor hasn't already said just send it out, they will either send it out to you or give you a credit on your bill. Don't give up on that, and you can always reach out to myself, especially our seniors, as a senior liaison, and I'm be more than happy to help navigate through that when the time is right. I wanted to give out a quick shout out to the water department. The other day, I was walking. Actually, it was Monday during the holiday. I noticed a water cap in the middle of Mosman that was broken. Today, when I walked past it, it was repaired. It was one photo, and then it was taken care of. And I know there's been a lot going on with the water department, so thank you very much to Ken Rundle and his team. Really doing a great job out there. And last but not least, next Tuesday at 6 p.m. via Zoom, the Chamber of Commerce will have their meeting that they do for membership, but you don't have to be a member to sign in. And give me 1 second, I'll give you the details. It's their business social. The topic is diversity in the workplace with April Francis Taylor. And if you are interested in trying to get an email about that and you don't get Chamber of Commerce emails, either check their website or call their office and they will be able to assist you. That's the Yorktown Chamber of Commerce right here in the center of Yorktown. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilman Lachterman. As a reminder for residents, if you do have any questions regarding the home heating oil program or have any other needs, please feel free to reach out to my office. 914-962-5722, extension 200 is my direct line, or you can always email me at mslater@yorktownny.org. We are going to go on now. Our highway superintendent is hopefully fast asleep because he was out late last night into this morning helping with the salt of the roads. Again, just be mindful of the fact that Thursday we are expecting another bout of snowy weather, and our highway department has done a fantastic job making sure that our roads are treated. And I want to thank Highway Superintendent Paganelli and all of the crews who have been out working late into the night, sometimes through the night into the morning hours. So again, thank you on behalf of a grateful community. We'll go over to our poet laureate, John McMullen. John, good evening. John, you're muted. If you could just unmute yourself. We look forward
I am now.
Thank you.
The quest. Throughout history and literature, there have been many famous quests. Moses for the Promised Land, Gawain for the Holy Grail, Marco Polo for China, Ahab for Moby Dick, Frederick Douglass for freedom, Don Larson for the perfect game, Billy Pilgrim for truth, Chuck Yeager for the speed of sound, Charlie Brown for requests, Neil Armstrong for the moon. And in 2021, my wife Barbara and I went on our own quest using modern technology, the phone and internet. We traveled through Manhattan, the Bronx, Westchester, Putnam, and all through New York State. And on February 11th, we were successful when the Moderna went into our arms.
Excellent. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
It's a quest we were all on together. Appreciate that. We will now go to courtesy of the floor. Turn it over to our town clerk, Diana Quast. Want to just introduce who we're going to be speaking to or hearing from?
Our first speaker is Elise Graham.
Great. Hi, Elise. Good evening.
Okay, hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
We're doing good, thanks.
Good. Elise Graham, and I am a member of the Committee for Sound Solutions for Soundview, and thanks again for the opportunity to address the board. I'd like to comment on a response given by Mr. Galero, the developer of the Soundview property at last week's work session. Councilwoman Roker asked the question, and I quote, "Mr. Galero, you're hoping the town board will put this property in the new overlay district. I'm just wondering if you ever considered just bringing it to the town board and going for a straight rezoning." Mr. Galero replied, "Right now we just want to, go under the current overlay. Sounds like it's going to me, be more user-friendly." I think you would all agree with me that user-friendly is another word for easy. So my first thought when I heard his response was, why should the process for a developer to rezone a property that will have such an enormous and unprecedented impact on the town of Yorktown be easy? That's my question. Why should it be easy? It's important for it to be right for both current and future residents of Yorktown. It needs to be right not easy. It appears that up until this point, things have been pretty easy for this developer. As I understand, he was made aware of the availability of the property by members of the town. Somewhere early in the timeline, he was made aware that an overlay zone was going to possibly be applied to this property. And he purchased this property with a value reflecting its current 1 acre zoning, a property which will be soon worth so much more when it is rezoned for multifamily housing, commercial, and retail use. What could be more user-friendly than having a property that will substantially increase in value simply as a result of this dramatic change in zoning? But in the end, the real gift to the developer, the most user-friendly aspect of being in the overlay zone, is not having to contend with community input. And the community very much needs to weigh in on this project, to comment on everything from traffic to density, to aesthetics, to loss of trees, to parking, impact on infrastructure. I can go on and on. A town that bases their planning needs on being user-friendly for one developer sets the precedent for the process to be user-friendly, easy for every developer that wants a drastic zoning change to suit their interests. What's good for unicorn contracting will be good for the next developer who wants a change in zoning and wants it to be easy. We need the town board to start asking this developer hard questions. No more softballs down the middle of the plate. The entire discussion of the project at the town board work session was indeed user-friendly. It focused mainly on how friendly and generous the developer is by allowing the residents of our town to use parts of his property. We need Soundview removed from the overlay district because we need the rezoning process to be not user-friendly, but rigorous, comprehensive, and considered as a part of the overall plan for the Heights District of Yorktown. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to address the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lise.
Our next speaker is Mara Zidens.
And if we could just remind everyone that there is a 3-minute time limit for courtesy of the floor. Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Zidens.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling to find out, got your email about the COVID vaccines, but unfortunately, nothing works here in Upper Westchester. I get up at 6 a.m. in the morning. I go on all the sites that I've been given. I stay up till 11 o'clock at night to try to find a place that has it. No one has anything available. And I think it's really a disservice to the community in northern Westchester that we have no sites. I'm not going to drive to Jones Beach. I'm not going to drive to the Javits Center or up to Potsdam or Plattsburgh. That's what you see on the New York State site. And I think it's ridiculous. And I think maybe you should contact the governor's office or whoever is there to take care of this. There are many people like us, we're in the upper 80s. And unfortunately, even though this week we were supposed to be highlighted to be able to get a vaccine someplace, whether it's worthwhile to get it, I don't know. Everybody tells me, yes, go get vaccinated. That would be great, but I'd like to find a place to get vaccinated. And I appreciate your email that you sent out, and right away I clicked on it at the county center to try and find it. It was gone. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know what we can do about it. I don't know what you can do about it or anyone else, the health department in New York State. But Westchester, northern Westchester, I'm not sure about Putnam County, what's taking place with them there. But we are totally left in the dumps, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mrs. Zidens. I appreciate that. We'll respond at the end as we normally do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jenny Sunshine.
Great. Sunshine, how are you? Good evening.
Northern Westchester.
Um, hold on one second. Okay. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Good. That was really weird because I was watching
Yeah.
and it didn't look like you were ready for me yet. So you're ready for me?
We're ready to go. Yes,
All right. All right. Thank you. This is Jenny Sunshine, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would just like to say a couple of quick things regarding the Soundview project. Okay, so a couple things. It's a bit of a myth that Unicorn Contracting, who's the one who purchased the property, it's a myth that they need to buy the Soundview farmhouse building in order to save it. This is incorrect. This is not really true. Members of the town board have implied this. They've implied that we need Unicorn Contracting to save the building or preserve the building or property, but we don't. If desired, that can be done in a myriad of ways. And also, there's nothing in the overlay law that prohibits demolishing the farmhouse or that requires the owner to save the building, according to the director of planning, the planning board, John Tegeter. He had said this clearly at the February 9th meeting, that no town law prohibits the demolition of a building. If Unicorn Contracting applies for a rezoning for an R3 multi-use site plan, that can include saving the building for a new use. Some of the town board members from time to time have said some things that are misleading a little bit in this way, making people think that the only way to save the Soundview farmhouse is to keep the Soundview property in the overlay district. That's another thing. And that's not true either. So it would be just appreciated if, because many would appreciate the fact that, or just would like very much if you could stop saying this on the town board and regarding this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny.
Next, we'll have Louise Fang.
I'm trying.
Hi, Louise. How are you?
Yes, hello. I'm fine, thank you, and thank you for having me speak. I see that we pretty much covered a lot of. Well, first of all, my background. I am a Yorktown resident, and I have lived in Cardinal Court, right opposite the Soundview School, for 50 years. So I've seen a lot of the development of the town, and I understand that the town needs to be developed, but it needs to be developed in an orderly manner as per the comprehensive plan. I don't believe that the overlay is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and shows that the Underhill property as 140 and does not present a rationale for why the town should now go against its comprehensive plan, which was developed by the full community. And also, I believe that if the town does this, the overlay, it is and tries to rezone, it is a haphazard one-off manner, which applied to a single parcel such as Underhill Farms. It amounts to spot zoning. And what makes this worse, it puts the town in a reactive mode to the individual developers' proposals as they come, rather than in the driver's seat. With the downtown retail core that is already struggling and doesn't have lacks focus and absent of larger vision, how can the town justify extending more retail across the west side of 118, which was established and is a stable residential area? I mean, talk about spreading yourself thin. That is thin. You shop here one day and then go across the street and shop again. So there is no rationale for this, and it is done without, with only consideration of economic development and development for the sake that is to make a buck. And also, how can the town make a leap from zoning out of the comprehensive plan, which calls for a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet, to one which drops to a minimum size of economic development? I guess I'm not in here. Sorry about that. I just realized you can't see my, down to 3,360 square feet. This is a tenfold increase in density. And certainly we cannot have density in our area. We already have 4 complex rental and condominium complexes off of Rochambeau, not to mention Beaver Ridge.
Ms. Vane, your time is up.
Oh, okay. I just had one more thing. I feel that the increase in traffic with the UPS and Caremark is not sustainable, and there is no sensitivity to the current residents of Yorktown, and it's endangering their quality of life. Thank you very much for your time. And
thank you, Mrs.
Can
Bank.
I just say one more thing?
Sure.
I would like to thank Councilman Patel and Councilman Latterman and Roker and Highway Supervisor Pagnelli for answering my pleas about the horrible traffic situation with phone calls and visits. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bank.
Okay, next we have Patricia Sullivan Rothberg.
Good evening. I'd like to address Unicorn's proposed Underhill Farm development. Many in the community believe a behind-the-scene arrangement or accommodation was made between the town and Unicorn Contracting. Why do we feel this way? Well, I'd like to state 4 indisputable facts that, taken together, make very little sense. Fact 1, this property has been zoned as an R140 single-family, maximum units 13, since the 2010 comprehensive plan. Fact 2, when the property was purchased by Unicorn, it was zoned for R140 zoning, and the purchase contract signed in May of 2020 stated an additional payment to the seller of $350,000 after closing, contingent upon the purchaser obtaining approvals for a zoning change to all for the multifamily development. Fact 3, I'm holding Unicorn's development plans dated June 22nd, 2020 for R3 high density zoning. That's got 165 units of mixed use housing for an R140 zone site, which allows for 13 units. Fact 4, there is precedent for town board limiting density. They did it in 2015 for compound terraces. So couple questions that the town board needs to address so that the community can be real clear. Why did Unicorn Contracting create development plans in June, modify them 3 times for R3 zoning, high density zoning for a property that's zoned R140 for 13 units? At the time of purchase in May of 2020, was there a commitment made between the town and Unicorn or someone from the town government that this would be changed into multifamily? We are requesting, because there's 2,600 people who've signed this petition, that the town board explain, show us your timeline and how the repeated updates of the high density plan over 6 months reconcile with single family zoning. When Councilwoman Roker asked Mr. Galero, would he consider bringing the Underhill property to the town board for straight rezoning on February 9th, he replied, right now, we just want to, we want to go under the current overlay. Sounds like it'll be friendlier, but I'm not saying we wouldn't be open to it. Let me repeat that. I'm not saying we wouldn't be open to it. So since Mr. Galero is open to it, town board, let's take Mr. Galero at his word. Remove the Soundview property from the proposed Yorktown Heights overlay. Require that the property follow the traditional rezoning process, and you will make a lot of people very happy. We're hoping you'll do the right thing, and we'd love to know when you'll get back to us on the timeline that you can present and all those questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rothberg.
And the last one I have is Susan Siegel for courtesy of the floor.
Ms. Siegel?
Susan, do you
Yes.
want
Can you
Yes.
hear us?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to switch off the other parts. Okay, thank you. I'd like to pick up on where Elise Graham left off when she quoted Mr. Galero's reason why he was applying as part of the overlay zone and not rezoning. And he said, quote, the overlay zone was more user-friendly. For those not familiar with the development process, let me explain exactly why the overlay district is, again, in Mr. Galero's word, more user-friendly. It's because the overlay district gives Unicorn the more profitable multifamily density without having to go through the seeker process that is part of any major multifamily rezoning application. I know that because I was on the town board in 2011 and 2015 when the board voted for the two most recent major multifamily rezonings, Croton Overlook and Compound Terraces. In both cases, as part of the rezoning review process, both developers had to do a comprehensive seeker review, and it was on the basis of those reviews that the town board approved the rezoning. This is a copy of the Compound Terraces filing for its rezoning application, and you can just see by the size of this volume the depth of the studies that they had to do to justify the multifamily zoning. Okay. But under the overlay law, Unicorn didn't have to do any studies to justify its request for higher density. As long as the town board includes Unicorn's property in the overlay district, Unicorn automatically is entitled to more profitable multifamily density. So yes, the overlay district is more user-friendly. It's like winning the lottery without having to buy a lottery ticket, which gets me to my second point. The town board keeps insisting that the only way the town can benefit from Unicorn's plan is to allow the plan to be processed as an overlay district. That's simply not true. Town officials are misleading us. As part of a rezoning, the farmhouse can be saved, as Jenny Sunshine said before. The pond can be saved. There can be a connection to the proposed senior center. There could be senior-friendly units, and if the town wants, a public park. All those benefits could be part of a multifamily plan with a density more in keeping with the historic nature of the site and the character of the neighborhood. Tomorrow, the Committee for a Sound Plan for Soundview will be emailing an 8-page memo to members of the town board, reminding them of how, in 2012, the planning board worked with the developer to save a unique building and a World War II-era airplane spotting tower in Mohegan Lake. So it can be done. The memo will also raise dozens of questions the board didn't ask last week about the traffic study, the proposed public park, how the development will generate $1 million in revenue, and why nothing was asked about the impact on the Yorktown School District. If you'd like a copy of the memo, email the committee at soundviewplan@gmail.com. Again, that's soundviewplan@gmail.com. That concludes my comments on the Underhill Farm project, but totally separate and apart from any committee. I'd like to ask that when the board votes on the resolution regarding the facility study, that it please explain exactly what buildings or structures will be done as part of the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Next, we have Sergio Esposito.
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. I just wanted to mention what Ed touched on. We have a diversifying your business seminar on, it's a business social, but it's going to be like a half-an-hour presentation. We're going to be following up with that with a series of diversity, equity, and inclusivity seminars coming up in the future with April Francis Taylor. So we're excited about that. We think education is the way forward to combat all of the stuff that's going on and the racism and all of that stuff. So we're proud to be involved in that. I wanted to get to the Underhill property. and I'm going to be brief, but before an overlay district can be implemented, it must go through a rezoning process, like the rezoning process a developer would have to go through. Everybody keeps talking about it's just going to be this, yes, it's automatic. It's not automatic. One main difference in the rezoning process is that the developer is not on hand. Where a typical rezoning process, the developer is there. In this rezoning process for the overlay districts, there's no developer there because we're trying to do an overlay district. So it's something a little different, but the rezoning process is the same. We want to rezone the area in order to usher in well-needed economic revitalization. If we keep looking at things the way they looked in 2012, we are not going to move this town forward. Okay, 2012 is over. It was a different environment, just a different way of doing business, and a different way towns revitalized. The process begins with staff level meetings. You still need to submit an application. The planning board's still going to be involved. Lead agency still has to be declared. Extensive reviews still are conducted. The process includes traffic studies, environmental studies, the tree ordinance, architectural reviews, and public hearings. And the list goes on and on and on. The overlay portion really comes in at the beginning of the application process. And an applicant needs to actually say to the planning board when they submit their application that they want to be considered under the overlay district. And then the planning board and all the departments, they're going to discuss it to see if it actually fits. So the notion that this is just like, oh yeah, I want to do an overlay district, I want to put 9,000 houses, oh, go ahead, no problem. That is not the case. And I want to be clear on that. The process I just described is the typical approval process for any application. This is just a basic rundown of the requisite steps necessary for a project to get approved. The overlay district portion is only one step in a grand scheme of things and is in no way a rubber stamp. That's why it's imperative that we refer this matter out so we can begin the process of receiving feedback for all our departments and then having a public hearing, just like we would have a public hearing on some kind of a rezone from a developer. It would be the same public hearing that we would have on the overlay districts. This way, we could get the feedback that we need. We could understand where we're going with this. People could have the right to be heard, and they will be heard. And we can move the process forward. And if it goes forward, it goes forward. The property, with all its components that was described. I'm sorry?
Sir, you're out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have anybody else on for courtesy of the floor.
I was told Mike Oates was looking to come on. You can't find him on there?
He's not on here. He was on earlier, but he is not on now.
Okay.
All right, motion to close courtesy of the floor.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Supervisor, may I start with something?
Yes, Councilman Lackerman.
You know, I noticed there were quite a lot of quotes from Paul Galera, and I would recommend, I think it was Susan, I think it was Ms. Rothberg, and I think it was Ms. Sunshine had quoted the developer. They might want to go back to the questions that were asked, because the misinformation about exactly what was asked about the building being saved and what had to happen. The question was asked to John Tegeter by myself: if the zoning stays the same, do they have to preserve the building and save the building? And the answer was no, it can be taken down. I then asked if the zone were changed, would the change of zone preclude them from tearing it down? And the answer that John gave was, our zoning as is does not preclude a property owner from doing anything once it's there. And I believe at that point he did say that you can try to attach some different things to the zoning, which is exactly what was said today, except with the caveat to saying that we did not say that. It was said. John answered the question quite thoroughly, I thought, and it was there. I also, you know, I don't understand the concept of someone saying that there's a deal in place when you then follow it up by saying that the developer in their contract to buy said that if they are able to rezone, they would then pay more money. Every person that buys a big lot is more than welcome to come and try to rezone. That is why we have a zoning board of appeals. And that is why we have a town board that looks at zoning changes. That does not mean they're going to get it. And I will use an example that we just dealt with, where someone wouldn't buy a property until they knew where it would go. And that was decided under the Gilbert administration with the property right behind
The Hill
Roma.
property.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Ed. No, never mind.
The one right behind the Roma property. And
Wyatt.
Wyatt, thank you. And they were under the gun to make a decision because they were not going to buy it and complete the contract unless it was made. So, that's how the business of real estate works. People buy things on contingency or make an offer based on contingency and some things happening. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. So the implication is, in my opinion, just outright rude the way it was put. And, maybe I'm being a little thin-skinned, which as a politician or public official, I shouldn't be. But coming from people that should know better, it really bristles the fur a little bit. I'll let others go now and see if the other things I have aren't answered.
I find it a bit insulting that there's something nefarious going on here, especially when this is one of the first times that it was brought out to the whole public on what they thought about doing with this particular piece of property. I hearken back to what Ed said about the Wyand. They wanted to put X number of pieces of X number of units in there at one point in time, and we whittled it down to make it more user friendly. Okay, so that the users of the roads, the users of the property, and so on and so forth, and the neighborhood behind that would be happier on what transpired. The same thing goes for any other piece of property that comes before us, is that we look at the whole of the project, not just what the developer wants. We look at the community, we take responses, we have public hearings, and the list goes on. Just because they want to put 150 units in there doesn't mean they're going to get that. They may get less. I believe the Wyant was dropped down to 23 from 36. I forget exactly, but right in there, 23, 24 from 36. And that was with negotiation with the prospective builder, with the neighbors in the back. And it was a very nice, orderly fashion on which that was handled.
And very inclusive of those people.
And yes, we took everybody's response and we made the best educated decision that we could make there, including the entrance and exit point. The way the island would be situated, so you'd have to do I believe it was a right in, left out. You couldn't, go the other way down Hamlin Street. So this is basically the first time this whole plan has been laid out to everyone. We have to digest it. Everybody has to digest it. The planning department is doing a wonderful job in what they do to try and get things in order. But we talk about a timeline. The town board really didn't have any major timeline going here. We had what we had. We knew that Mr. Galero had purchased it. Then he came and he told us about what he'd like to do. It doesn't mean he's going to get that, folks. It doesn't mean that at all. So look, let's stop being insulting to the town board here and saying that we're doing something nefarious. I personally, I don't know. I find it very insulting.
Councilman Patel, any thoughts you want to add?
Let me tell you, the overlay zone issue is giving me headache. I can tell you that. If they wanted land to build 19 or 17 unit, 1 per acre, and then one guy tells me I can tomorrow bulldoze the building, and then one time I give you $350,000. I have gotten 2,400 email. I have cannot handle it. I want to listen to everybody. Okay, this is my comment. Right. And then when you were talking about the Wyant, really, it was started that he'll be privately owned and so on, and then it become a rental. If you not rent fully, they will ask for reduction in assessment, per year. We have to make it up whatever the loss is in here. That is one of the guy, a really very good guy, in the assessment, and he explained to me this one. And I just only found out from him that, listen, yes, business guy, if they don't make a profit, and then, they're supposed to get certain number of unit, and then in a rental one, they don't rent it. They did a deduction of whatever they made it. So in the end, they are paying the less taxes, And this was the reason I was not very happy about that project, So the information I was not really, I didn't know, I'm the only one who didn't know about the whole thing, about the underlying zoning. The 3 other thing was discussed, and then this became really highest priority, And then at the same night, there was the 3 very large project was sort of discussed. People got really, alarmed, So that's what I'm listening to everybody else. This is my comment tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Mrs. Idens, I just wanted to address your comments because I couldn't agree with you more. Northern Westchester needs a vaccination site, no doubt about it. And working with Diana Quast, our town clerk, we've already written a letter to the governor's office, to the county executive, to all of our partners on the state and county level making that argument. We've gone to the papers with it. We've gone to the news, News 12 with it. We are advocating as hard as we can. I could not agree with you more. I spend more time these days with our seniors, trying to help our seniors get appointments for vaccinations, I think, than I do, quite frankly, anything else. And I'm more than happy to do it. But you're 100% right. It is absolutely unacceptable to ask our seniors to drive to the Javits Center, the Potsdam, the Binghamton, even the county center. It's unacceptable. We are working diligently with our partners on the county level, but understand that the state has to approve our regional vaccination hub. So it is a multifaceted and unfortunately requires several layers of government in order to accomplish this. But I can guarantee you this, that we are trying as hard as we can. We are advocating as hard as we can to try to get a Northern Westchester hub. I was with our town clerk, Diana Quast, I think it was about 2 weeks ago now, and we had staff members of the health department that were with us. We gave them like a whole tour of the town to give them potential sites to set these vaccination hubs up at, whether it's a regional hub or whether it's one of these pop-up vaccination centers that they're trying to get off the ground. But as I stated earlier, and I don't know if maybe you didn't hear, but the governor stated just the other day, we now have 10 million New Yorkers eligible for the vaccine. And this week, we only have 300,000 vaccines to administer across the state of New York. And so I understand the frustration. I am just beyond frustrated with it myself, but I'm not giving up. I know that my partner here, Diana Quast, who's been working with me on this, is not giving up. And the best that we can do is continue to provide information. And I really hesitate on sharing, frankly, through an email, things like the county center vaccination appointments, because I also know that as soon as that email goes out, it's like trying to, I remember growing up trying to buy tickets to concerts, right? It's the same idea. People try to buy Bruce Springsteen concerts and no, the tickets go on sale, and then 3 minutes later, all of the Meadowlands is sold out. How did that happen? It's that kind of concept, because the demand is so high, the supply is so limited, but I can assure you, working with Diana Quast, working with Noreen O'Driscoll, who is over at who runs our senior services office, her and her staff are every single day working through this problem as well. We've had conversations with several local not-for-profits to see if we can expand volunteers, and I've also had conversations with some of the school administrators to see if we can expand those volunteers and we can get some of our youth involved to help our seniors sign up for the vaccine. But again, the problem is we can have an army of 500 people, but when our supply is this and the demand is this, we're all battling the same thing here. But I just want you to rest assured that we are still fighting to get that vaccination center here in the town of Yorktown in some fashion. Now, the good news is, there is good news. The good news is that there are 2 pharmacies now in the town who have been allocated vaccines, and that's the Taconic Pharmacy up in Jefferson Valley, and that's also Acme Pharmacy right here in the Heights Hamlet. But as we saw, when the Heights Hamlet Acme Pharmacy went to open up their appointments, they had 200 slots and they were filled in less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes, gone. 200 slots. Same with I know Taconic Pharmacy. I don't even think they're taking a waiting list at this point because they've been so inundated. And I understand it. And it's incredibly frustrating. But we continue to advocate for our community, for our neighbors, and for our seniors because, to your point, it's completely unrealistic and unfair to ask you to drive hours away, even, like I said, even down to the county center, especially not just you, but all of our seniors and our elderly. It really needs to be more regionalized. And so we are working on that. And I wanted you to be assured of that. As for the other comments, I do want to thank our residents and our neighbors for coming out and providing their feedback and providing, your perspective on this particular project. I think it's always important just to keep in the back of your mind, if you could. We are here to serve the town of Yorktown. I'm not here or none of my colleagues are here. We don't serve as a spokesperson for a developer or project. We are here again to serve our community. And so when questions are asked, I think those questions do need to be asked to the applicant and also answered in a proper way. And I don't disagree with some of the questions that have been asked. But just keep in mind, if you could, please, that again, we are not the spokesperson, or we're not the communication shop for any one applicant. We are here on behalf of the town. We are here to work with you, and we appreciate your feedback and your insight.
So let me just say the 1 or 2 words about the vaccine.
Yeah, please.
The raw material required to manufacture and scale up. The raw materials were not available before,
Right.
And really, whatever happened in the United States and in the world, if you do not follow basic safety of using the mask and washing the hand and worry about that why we cannot go and all that, if we follow even today and increase in manufacturing capacity, we will have a vaccine. We have a more vaccine today administered. Why supply goes to one place or that I don't know, because I'm not that higher up. I'm right here in Yorktown. But if the manufacturing is done by a local United States company, they are going to work very hard, because whatever happened before, we have to order it. We have to order the raw material, and who is going to pay for it? That was also not very clear at the national level as well as the local level, who pay for it. So all these things created a big trouble. And then, it is a new kind of drugs, really. It's never been done before. So that's one of the reasons I understand in terms of the science. Look at this, is the book I read, really. This is Journal of New England Medicine, okay? And tell you exactly what we're supposed to do as a resident of the United States or a citizen of the United States to reduce it. If you stop spread, and then those viruses will not mutate. So if the less viruses spread like this, they will mutate less. It is as simple as that. So if you do this part, if you do your part, the vaccine will do its own part, and we are not too far away. I think things are going to get better because the manufacturing is ramping up now.
I agree.
This
I
is
agree.
my
I agree with
understanding.
you, Councilman Patel. I agree with you. And just again, Mrs. Idens, just as one more point of reference, I was on the phone with the folks who organized the Acme vaccine, and I actually reached out to Caramount as well, just to put into perspective. Caramount actually administers 250,000 vaccinations annually. Just your the normal vaccines, flu, and so on and so forth. They haven't received a single dose to administer to the public, and that's Caramount. Again, we had commitments from Caramount and from Northwell Health that they would be opening local vaccination sites, and I believe they still will, but they haven't been given the supply to do it. And so everyone we've spoken to uses the same word, patience. And I'm probably one of the most impatient people you will ever meet in your life. So it's very hard for me to swallow that. But just again, for you and for all of our seniors and all of our residents, just know that we are still working very, very hard and very diligently on this issue. And again, I want to thank you for bringing that to us tonight. Appreciate it.
Matt, I may also point out that apparently to make matters worse, a resident had sent me a message that Taconic Pharmacy had to postpone their shots coming up because of the weather in Texas is creating delays in deliveries.
Yeah, there's logistical delays as well. Yes, I know. It's never easy.
No. And I also wanted to point one other thing out. I know there was a comment before that about the public being everything being before the town board for the public to be able to comment. And I had a nightmarish thought about the Costco meetings with the planning board, I believe it was, that were going on until midnight with pages and pages of people signed up to talk about it. So I would say that there are definitely other avenues to input on any project. If it comes before zoning or planning, they all have a mechanism built in for public hearings.
Let me just say one word on the Costco. There are 100 Costco's are being closed, okay? And one of the reasons maybe that, you can purchase online and deliver. If you don't have a car, you can just send the order and it comes to you. And hey, the economy goes up and down, If you are a fortune teller or looking for hot tips,
Yep.
You're not going to get hot tips just by putting on in the Costco, yes or not, okay? This is, we have no control, So when I was sitting on the board, this was the first project was discussed and it was unanimously approved, and there are other issues come. So the 100 Costco this year, look at it in the Wall Street Journal right here, it tells you, So how they can open here? So somebody else came, and the decision is made by the company who is investing the dough. They're putting the money in that one. And if they don't make the money, they're going to close the door. It is as simple as that. In a supply and demand, you can buy anything you want online really today. If you don't need to own a car, and when you become, less young, when you stop growing, you don't need a car and you can have everything to your doorstep. Look at the food and everything that they're delivering it. So this is the new kind of industry and new kind of business models are going on all the time, really. So this is my few cents in a Costco issue, okay?
Thank you, Councilman Patel. If there's no other comments, we'll move on to public hearings. We do have a public hearing we want to reconvene regarding the proposed local law amending Chapter 135 of the Town Code, which is entitled Buildings Unsafe, by adding a new section 135-13, which is the Yorktown Zombie Properties Law. We did receive some memos we've been waiting on. We received some memos from the planning board as well as from the building department. And I see that we have John Landy with us tonight. John, thank you for joining us. John is our building inspector. We did, I believe, Adam, do you want to speak on some of the edits that you've made since we've received those memos to address some of the issues that were raised?
Sure, just give me 1 second to pull up the red line. I'll go sort of section by section and just highlight the modifications that were made, and this is posted on the town's website. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. Thank you.
Zoom sometimes messes me up on that. So the first modification is to the proposed section 135-13, section H, and there's basically an add to the end of that subsection that will allow the amounts due under this new law to become a lien on the property and recoverable as a tax by the town. The next change is to 135-13.1E, and this was two things. It dealt with comments from the building department and the planning board, and the clarification that I made was to clarify the maintenance requirements by specifying New York State property maintenance laws as well as the town code, for example, chapter 225, and make it clear at the request of the building department that it was the Yorktown's code enforcement officer that will be issuing the citations and not the building department. The next one was to section 135-13.2. This was just changing the word boarding to covering at the request of the code enforcement officer. On the 13.3 immunity, I just clarify that this is not intended to expand any scope of immunity. This is really, immunity to the greatest extent permissible under the law. And finally, to the section 4 of the local law that deals with repealing, I just made some changes to clarify that the repeal is only insofar as there's an inconsistency between the new law and a previous town code provision. It's really more of an interpretive statement. That's it.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Landy, as our building inspector, do you want to provide any additional comments that above and beyond your memo from your department?
Just that currently we have again some current laws in place along with the New York State Property Maintenance Code that will, I think, work great with this new law. I think it's about time that we're able to go after these zombie homes and these companies. They are a blight on the community, and it will give us a little bit more teeth to go after them and help these areas that they're in, so that they don't have to look at them.
Can I just make some comment in reference to zombie? If they, for whatever reason, if somebody is a senior citizen or somebody got the house and, family owner, children, they don't want to worry, then let it go. So in the end, the neighbor looks really bad, and they're worried about the value of that property. What I worried about is if they don't pay the taxes, or something, then in the end, the value of the property is less than and then the taxes they owe is more. So at the end, either foreclosure or something else, who pick up the tab? All the taxpayer. So we absorb, their loss. So we have, this is one of the reasons I think we have a very good law, and we should be really, proud of this law that, we're going to tell the people to maintain it, and we collect the taxes both together. If the house is in good shape, we can sell it, and if we have to do the foreclosure, and then we get the money, what we owe, and then taxes, because many times we have to write off the money they owe to the town, really.
Right.
That's why I made that change to add the language that would allow it to become a lien.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments from the board? Any other questions for Mr. Landy? Hearing none, then we'll go over to our town clerk, Diana Quast. Diana, do we have anyone who wants to speak at the public hearing?
Susan Siegel expressed that she'd like to speak.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms.
Okay, thank you. All right. As I said at the initial public hearing, I applaud the board's efforts to deal with this very long-standing problem of inadequately maintained buildings. But before I raise questions about the specific provisions in the proposed law, Could you explain, whether you, supervisor, or anyone on the town board, or Mr. Rodriguez, why the town is planning to add these provisions to the unsafe buildings part of the town code and not the property maintenance law? And I apologize for not raising this issue at the first hearing, but it's an important question to ask. If you review the purpose of both laws, you'll see that the property maintenance code is much broader and more in line with your goals. In fact, section 135.13-1, the maintenance requirements in your proposed law are clearly more in line with the property maintenance law, than the unsafe buildings law, okay? Because I read both laws. Trash, overgrown weeds, graffiti don't exactly make a building unsafe, but they certainly are property maintenance issues. And the property maintenance law already covers all buildings, residential and commercial, and it doesn't deal with buildings that are just in default of their mortgages. The property maintenance code already has strong enforcement provisions and penalties, which gets to the real problem, enforcement, okay? We need to enforce the property maintenance law that's already on the books. Enforcement, not new laws, is what's needed. The proposed new section of the unsafe buildings law is well-intentioned, but if we're honest, it's highly unlikely that the registration requirement in the proposed law will even be enforced. How will the town know when a mortgage is in default? A mortgage default is between the mortgage holder and the owner of the property. And even after the property owner stops the mortgage, the bank will continue to pay the taxes. So if the town is going to wait for a complaint before it invokes the registration requirement, which I think is what was said at the earlier hearing, then doesn't that make the registration requirement meaningless? I also pointed out that there's an inconsistency in the law. Section 135.13.1 refers to both the mortgagee or the property owner. That provision is inconsistent with 135-13 that specifically states that the property applies only to properties subject to mortgage default, which I think the mortgage default is the one you're after. So 135.13.1 needs to be changed. So we're going to end up, it looks like we're going to be ending up with two separate codes to deal with the same problem. The unsafe buildings law that deals with the lack of property maintenance for properties that have defaulted on their mortgage, if we know that they've defaulted on their mortgage, and the property maintenance law for properties without a mortgage or where the property owner is not maintaining the property. Does it make sense to have two laws covering the same thing? It just doesn't make sense to me. As some members of the board know, when the town board wants to take action against a problem property, it can do so, either under the existing unsafe buildings law or the property maintenance code. You already have the powers to deal with this. Mr. Lachman, Mr. Diana, you did this with several buildings. You talked about Garden Lane, and then down around the Hunterbrook area, there was also a problem with the remnants of a building that burned down. So you can do it if you want. The issue is enforcing the laws we already have. So let's not delude ourselves into thinking that this new registration requirement, which will really change anything, because it won't. It's enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deagle.
That's the only request that I have.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, did you want to answer the question about property maintenance versus unsafe building laws?
Sure. There is some overlap in the zombie property law with property maintenance issues, but there's also a significant portion of it that deals with keeping buildings safe, keeping them secure, so that, for example, kids don't go into an abandoned building and get hurt. So that's basically part of the underlying rationale as to why it's in the chapter 135 as opposed to 255. There were some other questions that I'm happy to try to address all of them. I think Ms. Siegel asked, how will we know there's a default? The law actually requires the mortgagee to register with the town within 10 days of declaring the mortgagor in default. So they have to register within 10 days. So that's how we'll know that there's a default.
Excuse me, but how will you know that they defaulted?
Ms. Siegel, if you could direct your question to me, then we can get our staff to answer. That'd be great.
There may have been other points, but frankly, there was some mention of inconsistency. I frankly didn't follow it. So if Ms. Siegel wants to repeat it and the board is amenable to that, I wouldn't mind hearing it, but it was hard to follow. I mean, I understand what you were saying, Ms. Siegel, that mortgagee and property owner, but it seemed like you were saying in one place the law said one thing and another place said another. I couldn't find what you were referring to.
She was talking about 135-13 and 135-13.1.
Yeah, but
consistency that she had identified.
You're on mute, Ms. Siegel. If you could just tell me specifically what you were looking at, I can't.
135-13.1E. Failure of the mortgagee and or property owner of record to properly maintain the property, so forth and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go back to 135-13, B, this section applies to properties subject to a mortgage, which has been determined to be in default.
I'm sorry, can you say which B as in boy?
Yes.
Okay.
The purpose of this law is to deal with properties that have defaulted on their mortgage. That's understood. Am I correct? That's
yes.
The goal. That's the goal of this law. So in 13.1E, it says failure of the mortgagee and or property owner of record to properly maintain the property. That property owner should be stricken out because you're only dealing with the. I don't know. The
property owner still has the obligation to maintain the property.
Yeah, but that's not if it's. But there are property. Yes, the property owner has the obligation under the property maintenance code. But it's not. But there could be property owners who aren't maintaining their property and who aren't in default of their mortgage. That's why you're setting up two different processes.
So basically, Mr. Siegel's saying that we should just eliminate and or property owner from 135-13.1E.
Yeah, well, that's one relatively minor thing. But the issue is, if I default on my mortgage, the bank knows I defaulted, but how does the town know? And how does the town know? You think that the banks are going to start filing this within I don't know how many days? I think somebody said, and I don't remember who at the earlier public hearing, when somebody complains about 1512 Main Street, and you go there, and then you do all your record checks, you'll find out it's in default. Then you will tell the mortgage holder, oh, you're in default, and now you're going to be subject to all these penalties. But what about all of the other properties that no one has complained about? How will you know whether they're in default or not? I don't think banks are going to automatically take on this additional burden and pay this fee. But when the town, how does the town know about it?
Well,
and
again,
the bank is going to be paying, is most likely going to be paying all the taxes. So you won't know anything is a problem until somebody complains.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. Mr. Rodriguez, can you provide a solution or an answer?
Well, look, the law places an affirmative obligation on the mortgage company to register when it declares a property to be in default, to say that, that's how we're going to know, because they're going to comply with the law. If they don't comply with the law, there's provisions in here to address that. One of the ideas that came out of the planning board comments was, and it's a good idea, was to, if and when the law is adopted, to send a copy of the law to all the title insurance companies and abstract companies in the county, informing them of the law and asking that it be listed as an exception into their title insurance commitments, so that the mortgage companies are on notice whenever new properties are closed in the town.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That was a good point that they brought up. Okay.
If I may, I just have a question for John Landy, just on that one particular thing where it says instead of boarding, covering. I mean, they could cover it with a paper towel. I don't know if that's something that we really want to have in there. Shouldn't it be something securement or by a hard surface? I don't know. Just
New York State really covers that already in their.
Well, no, it says it has to be a polycarbonate sheeting.
It's got to be where you can't get in the building.
Okay.
It's protected. So it's not like a curtain or something like that.
Right.
No, that's not considered a covering.
Well, but
again, like I said, New York State also has that in their property maintenance code. So it has to be secure.
Okay.
And we set forth in the law that it has to be via polycarbonate sheeting of a thickness more than 3/16 of an inch. And I think the reason that the building department wanted to change boarding to covering is because boarding sort of implies wood slats or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually not.
Okay, I understand that makes it kind of this way. It kind of dovetails off of the state code, which will then reinforce kind of like our, whether the PD writes tickets under the Yorktown code or the New York State code. It dovetails off of one another. Thank you.
Sure.
Very good.
Can I say something again?
Yes, Ms. Siegel, you can direct your comments to the board.
I'm sorry, I don't have the property maintenance code in front of me, and maybe somebody on the board or Mr. Rodriguez can access it faster than I can. But the purpose and intent is a very, very lengthy statement. It's twice the length of what's in the unsafe structure law. Can somebody check that? Because I would think that covers unsafe buildings. A lot of the conditions that they talk about, vermin infested, for example, would be a health and safety issue. And I just don't have the language in front of me. But
all those are covered also in the New York State Property Maintenance Code. It specifically talks about vermin.
All right, but doesn't the property maintenance code cover not just weeds, but also something that's unsafe?
Yes.
Eagle, if you can direct your, again, if you have a question.
I'm sorry,
please.
but so if it covers something that's unsafe, again, why do you have to have two separate laws covering the same thing? If something has to be beefed up, then beef it up and put it all in property maintenance, because I think that's the critical issue that we're talking about is property maintenance. And I won't belabor the point about the affirmative nature of this law saying banks must register. The property maintenance code says we must maintain our property. Just because the law says we should do this doesn't mean that it's done.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. To the board, I'm curious if the board would like to, if you'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing with 10-day written notice, or if you'd like to just close the public hearing. You want to adjourn the public hearing? What is the board's thoughts on this?
Motion to close.
Motion to close. I think we've had enough we don't need the 10-day. We've had this on a couple of times now, correct?
This is our second time.
Yeah.
Councilman Patel?
As long as we maintain the code, the owner of the property, and if we can continuously, improve the quality of life for our community, then this is good enough. But let me just say one little comment. When I walk and I have seen so many homes, they're senior citizen. This is the end of their journey to the world, that they already have clear paying the mortgage. They only have, maybe some of them, they are because of their age and health. Sometimes I have seen the main entrance, the door and stairs and all that are not safe. So if we can somehow make them be safe, because it will increase the value of their property. And then somehow, if they have not maintained it and they'll neglect it, then we can encourage them to listen. Someday you will get your money back, and you will have your life, live on this property will be safe, and anybody come to your property will be safe. This is the kind of thing maybe we should also mention, verbally, that because sometimes they are so so old. I don't want to say the word old, but due to their age, and they are really not able to do that. How can we help them? How can you force them? This is really, I have seen many homes like that.
Yeah.
Main entrance, all the stairs and everything, the stone, everything is loose, and maybe they don't go out too often. Something. So I don't know what we can do for them.
Right.
That's a tough question.
No, I understand.
It is. Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. The people that want to stay in their homes and how can they be assisted will be a total other conversation. I think at this point, we'd have to confirm that is actually the problem and so on and so forth. Of course, we're not going to take action on somebody like that. It's
right.
Unable because of their age or physical condition. So that'll be something under another conversation, I think.
I want to say something on that issue.
Yes,
there
Mrs.
are many communities, Vishnu, that have help organizations that help seniors, and they go in and they repair stairs, other fixtures, mow the lawns, do that. Some of them are the young people, seniors in high school. They have different committees that they participate in. There's Eagle Scouts. I know of an Eagle Scout that in Long Island, a group built a handicapped ramp for an 86-year-old woman so she can take her wheelchair out of the house and go and enjoy outdoors when the time permits and the climate. So I think there should be an outreach through the senior citizen group and other groups in the community, maybe the Rotary, the Lions, that there could be help given to these very specific people that you're talking to. I wouldn't mind going over and helping somebody paint their front porch.
Right. Mrs. Eisen.
Many times.
I remember when I was growing up here and when I was in high school, through the SAD program, we had high school students volunteering to help our seniors. I remember I did it with shoveling, so I'd be going over to seniors' houses, helping them shovel their front pathway or their porch or whatever it might be. That's something that we're trying to bring back, actually, and we're working again in partnership with with our school districts to tier that volunteerism, so that we want to make sure that kids of all abilities are able to participate. And so some kids might not be able to do physical work, but they're going to be able to help program your computer or your phone or help you with your TV or whatever it might be. So we're working on that apparatus, and I think it's something that I'm very excited about. Yes.
Yeah, that's
great. In this regard, I think though in regards to the law, this is something though that we've worked with our specifically that Councilman Diana brought to our building department and asked our building department, our building inspector, and our code enforcer, how can we, what more can be done? Sure, there's things that are in place, but there's always more. And so this is really, I think, a proactive way, a proactive tool for our building department to do more with this zombie situation. And that's what I think we're trying to achieve here. We're not saying it's a silver bullet. I don't think anyone's trying to say that this is the the perfect solution to this problem, but it just gives our staff and our building department and our code enforcer another tool in the tool belt when these types of zombie properties, frankly, rear their wicked heads. And Councilwoman Roker and I know this all too well since we both neighbor these types of properties. So it's something that I think hearing from our department, and we're trying to provide them with the tools to go tackle the issues that they want to. Having said that, I'm sorry, Mrs. Fang, are you trying to speak? Mrs. Fang, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi there.
I would like to mention that there are church groups. Like my granddaughter is a deacon in the First Presbyterian Church, and deacons do work. That's part of being a deacon for the First Presbyterian Church. So I would like to mention that. I will mention that to our church.
That'd be great. And
because they have done work, the Jimmy Carter type of building, helping people build houses or repair houses rather. Yeah.
It's the beauty of our community, and the First Presbyterian Church has a lot in our town, especially through their food pantry, and we've been working very closely with them on that as well. But that's great. Well, thank you for that.
I work with Beaver Ridge, so I think I phoned you and asked you about vaccines for the Beaver Ridge people.
Yeah,
200 people or so.
We're working on it.
I know.
Is the word of the year, but we're working on it. I assure you that.
It's like Con Ed.
I will be happy to help in any way.
Thank you, Mrs. Fang. I genuinely thank you. We appreciate that, and we appreciate your participation.
Yeah, Supervisor, just one more quick thing. This zombie law that that we had discussed kind of was preempted by a visit to the old Intercity Tire by the building inspector, myself, and the planner, because of its condition and the complaints that I've been getting, and that so on and so forth on the side of town. So we were able to talk to the I'm going to call him the self-proclaimed manager of the property, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And they got the picture, but it took, seeing town officials there to actually walking around the building and almost crawling in the window that was broken to get any results.
Right.
Because the actual owner, I believe, is out of Long Island, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, it was tough to contact him, and I understand that, the service of papers could have been an issue, and so on and so forth. So this particular law will help speed that process up.
Great.
Hopefully.
So, again, to the board, feelings on public hearing?
Close public hearing. Motion to close.
Right, we have a motion to close public hearing. We have a second from Councilman Lachman. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Public hearing is closed. Thank you. We're going to move on to resolutions. And we have several. I'm going to skip the first one. We'll come back to it because there was a question that was asked about the scope of the work. So we'll start with the second one. We're going to authorize the supervisor to execute documents necessary to transfer water mains and apparatus to the Northern Westchester Joint Water Works as part of the town's common infrastructure. We're going to authorize the comptroller to pay the cash value of unused time for Donald Masuda as of his retirement date. We're going to authorize the comptroller to process the following budget transfer for the refuse and recycling department. We're going to authorize the town clerk to advertise a bid for asphalt, concrete, and liquid. Where's Dave? Tommy, help me with that word.
Bituminous.
Thank you. Materials for the highway department. Authorize release of project performance bond in the amount of $5,000 to A. DeVito and Sons, Inc. Authorize the release of a project bond in the amount of $2,500 to PCS Bank. Award a bid for aquatic pesticide treatments to control blue-green algae blooms at Mohegan Lake. And the last was a late ad. I'll read it. This is to authorize the comptroller to release performance bond permit number FSWPPPT 068-17 in the amount of $5,000 to Keir Underhill Associates LLC. Whereas the Planning Board approval resolution number 17-20 and the engineering permit issued for this project require the applicant to post a performance bond in the amount of $50,000. Keir Underhill Associates LLC, as applicant, provided the town with check number 1019 in the amount of $50,000, which was deposited into the T33 account on September 21st, 2018 to serve as the performance bond for permit, again, number FSWPPPT-068-17. The performance bond was reduced to $5,000 at the town board meeting of January 21st, 2020. Keir Underhill Associates LLC has requested the performance bond balance be released. The engineering department has inspected the property and determined that the improvements for the site have been completed. The project completion date has been established as October 31st, 2019. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the $5,000 performance bond balance is released to Keir Underhill Associates LLC, 10 Julia Lane, Suite 101, Cold Spring, New York, 10516. So do I have a motion for those resolutions? We have a motion
Second.
by Councilman Lackman, second by Councilman Diana. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motions carry. Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Rodriguez, are you there? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. For the resolution pertaining to the facilities assessment, we were asked on the scope, correct, just to confirm my memory, because I know we've been working on this, but this is to assess the highway garage, town hall, and the Parks and Rec department building at Sparkle Lake.
Yes.
And this is a resolution authorizing the supervisor to enter an agreement with Cushman and Wakefield U.S. Inc. for the provision of a facilities assessment in an amount not to exceed $32,000. Make a motion.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And one nay from Councilman Diana. Motion carried.
If I could, just a quick thing. I just think we'd be better served having an engineering firm and for best value take care of that. And that's just my feelings.
Thank you, Councilman Diana.
Thank you.
And with that, there is no other business before the board, so we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Yorktown. Motion carries. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Stay well.